them, he looks up, sees you. Actually, let me check. Yes, go save him. Oh, sorry. Yes, he in fact looks up. Um, he's trying to say something at you. Go ahead and make another scan roll. Okay. Um, he's kind of mouthing the words. Obviously, you can't hear him, um, but you think he says, uh, "Warn them." Um, as he passes out from the exertion. At which time, um, you can make another scan roll. Okay. So yeah, something leaps up out of the mist below, and you realize as you leap back from the edge to avoid getting hit, as well anyone else making their scan will see that a bony, desiccated griffin has leaped up with one claw, grabbing the edge of the dome right where Alvis was, and it's trying to pull itself up, whilst with the other claw took a swing at Alvis. So, uh, one griffin. It's probably the same one. Yes, it did. Though I'm not sure how you would know that. But yeah, so it it leaps up, one claw grabbing the broken dome, the other claw trying to rake at Alvis as its beak goes and lets out a, well, its beak sort of opens in a cry where no sound comes out. Um, and this is where we begin round one. You may. Although, wait a minute. No, Elvis is going to jump back, I presume. Let me query Elvis first. Elvis,
Yeah,
what are you planning on doing with this thing leaping up at you?
I'm going to try and avoid it.
Okay, yeah. So Elvis jumps back. So technically, no, the Griffin is not currently engaged. Okay. Um, um, there might be a more pressing problem with the question, which is it going to work on a mind that isn't organic? I work hard for that. Okay. Um, so I need statements of intent from the party.
Do the rest
As
of us see this at all? Because the description you've had says that the griffin is still below the level of the dome.
there's a claw that has come up and a beak, and
Okay.
another claw that has taken a swipe at Alvis and missed.
Okay.
So, yeah, those of you who made your scans will likely recognize that this isn't maybe a scar on the beak or something. Um, recognize this as the remains of the griffin that was seen at the moat house. Yes, it's an undead griffin. So, statements of intent.
Well, as soon as a significant portion of it is above the level of the dome, because I think I'm kind of cheating if I do it before then, I'm going to cast my Get Out of Jail Free card, which repel undead 5. You know, just all of it targeted on the griffin.
Okay. Okay. I don't think it's, yeah, and I don't think they quote unquote see. Let me rephrase that. They don't have, yeah. Okay.
Uh,
Yes.
Tendo will be preparing a healing spell, even though it feels like I should be preparing a life preserve spell for Albus.
Okay. Who am I missing?
You're missing me.
Okay, and you.
Defensive position.
Okay. So you're what's your anticipation?
I just want to back up from this thing.
Okay, you back up. And who am I missing? Yeah. Yeah, he could. Did he have his bow out last round? Good. Okay. All right. So while we wait for him, Runt. What is Runt gonna do?
I didn't pass my scan check, so am I aware that it's there?
Um, I didn't hear anyone. Yes, something happened over at the dome. Maybe people are between you and the actual site of it, and I don't think anybody's called out what it is. So there seems to be some excitement in that direction, but yes, you're not clear what.
Okay, then
I
I
believe
would,
one of us yelled, "Holy shit!"
Okay.
in that case, I would be hesitantly trying to determine what it is. I wouldn't prepare to just randomly throw stuff because,
Right.
like, if we're at the top of the dome, I miss, those are gone forever.
That's true. And
So I would draw the weapons at least.
okay. So you're ready in action.
Mhm.
Okay. Um, Strictly speaking, the only one who approached the dome is Alvis. So he's like, 10 feet back from the lip
Okay.
of the dome at this point. Everyone else is further back from that. Okay. So the is anyone going to go before 3? Probably not. Okay. All right. In 3, the the griffin rolls a fumble on its climb, well, its strength roll, and the lip of the dome where it has a claw hooked in breaks free and it slips out of view.
Nice.
So in 3, we can have changes to our statements of intent.
How far are we away from cover? Because you said this was out in like an open clearing.
Okay. Okay. So we're scanning for cover. Any other courses of specific action?
I have a question.
Yep.
Did it look more skeletal, or did it still have like meat on it?
It's pretty desiccated.
Oh, this is a bad griffin. Oh. Oh, that's why we're panicking. Oh, that's awesome.
It's
This
a
is
griffin
wonderful.
lich.
This is great.
Okay, yes. Let's get Alexander caught up. So I didn't actually notice when you jumped in. What was the first thing
Oh, you asked people what they were doing with the change of the intent.
Okay.
So you said the griffin was climbing. I was like, oh, griffin, they're coming to save us. Woohoo! I'll just sit here and wait. And then Alvis asked if there was meat on it, and I was like, oh, that's a
Okay.
dead griffin.
So yes, did you go ahead and make it? It doesn't matter at this point. So yes, the party recognizes perhaps a scar on the beak or something of the griffin. It is in fact the griffin that the party had, the dead griffin that the party had first seen at the moat house. It leaped up and grabbed the edge of the dome where it's broken there, took a swipe at uh, uh, Elvis as he jumps back. And then in the beginning of this round, he fumbles his strength roll to pull himself up, and the lip of the dome breaks under its claw and it falls into the green mist below. So that's where we are. I will let them recount what, strictly speaking, the only one who has seen into the dome is Alvis. So bear that in mind in your thinking processes. Right. So I've got two people scanning for where do we go. What are other people doing? Let's start with Tendo.
I'm keying off at Alvis. So
Okay.
if Alvis is going to turn and run, I'll turn and run. If Alvis is going to stand there, then I'm still preparing the healing spell for anticipation of his mind going crazy.
All right. Alexander, statement of intent or change of intent, round 3.
Are we? I'm trying to understand where we are.
The party just came up. Alvis went approached a crack in the dome where the ruts go in. He looks in, sees something horrific. Griffin leaps up, takes a swipe at him, and you're caught up.
Okay, so we're still on top. So there's nothing above us.
The party just came up the stairs. It's on level with the top of the dome.
We're
Yeah.
on the surface.
Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm keying off of Wes.
Okay. Run.
Hey, I have no context like the experienced adventurers here do on what to do next. So I'm going to try to follow someone's lead because I don't know if like, oh, this giant undead thing is actually something we can fight, or if it's time to get another check mark for running away.
I like that.
Oh, that's neat. That's great. We need a new skill. Running away.
I'm amused at the fact that the wizard is calling the cleric the smart one.
Okay, Wes, you're up. The griffin falls out of your line of sight. Yes, it does. Sure. Okay. So make a scan roll. In fact, everyone make 2 rolls, a listen roll and let me be even more clear. Those of you who said they are scanning for where the hell do we go, cover in particular, may make a scan roll. Everyone else make a listen roll.
Starting off like normal.
Okay. Tindo, you can hear something crash into the door down the stairs.
It might be time to go. We forgot about the 18 zombies that were coming after us as well.
Oh no, I didn't.
I gotta say, Dustin, I like your listen roll best. It's like success. I do need to see the number. It has relevance in terms of how much
I
success.
rolled it. It's up above. I
Oh,
just since I was the first one that rolled, I
it's
followed up with it because it pushed it up off the screen. It
I
is a
thank you.
53, which is
Yeah.
my exact score.
Okay, that's great. Uh, okay, scanning about. I don't see that anyone got a special or anything extraordinary on those scan rolls, right? So yes, you're in a swamp. Um, there are again cart tracks that lead off into the swamp. You will see mountains to your south. I point that out because it's pretty evident that you're in the swamp still. Um, they are a bit closer than they were several days ago when you entered the moat house. Apparently, the underground river runs generally southeast. The cart tracks go north.
Now, you said this is a swamp, which means trees or no trees.
There are trees. This
Okay.
is very much like it is around the moat house.
Okay. So my thought is, given the fact that we have this undead griffin, I'm going to make the assumption that it can still fly, even without feathers. I want to be under some tree cover.
Okay.
So I'm going to suggest that we follow the cart path north away from here, and then kind of bear off to the east, or excuse me, to the west as quickly as circumstances allow. Because I think we need to get back to Hamlet as quickly as possible.
The idea of running away appeals to my sensibilities.
Run away?
It's just a tactical reset.
You know,
I like that. He'll perk
we're a
up at that sound, at the change of the tone of that.
we're a picket line. We're not supposed to defeat the enemy. We're supposed to make sure everybody else knows about the enemy.
When do we get to defeat it, though?
I'm sure that will happen soon enough.
Okay, but I do have a statement to say. If it can't fly, do you think we can take it? Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay. I agree.
Maybe by itself, but it's not by itself.
You're right. All right, Alexander starts to turn to run. He's finally, yeah, he's good with it.
Okay. Okay. We take the better course of I was going to say valor, but it's not particularly valorous to run away.
We bravely ran away.
We bravely turn our tail in. Oh, I need that song. That would be perfect right now. Okay.
We recognize the significance of the information that we have.
I'm being. Nope, I'm not even gonna try that one.
Okay. As you turn and flee to the north, I mean, retreat with great skill and caution um, to the north along the track laid down by the carts, you will note that the cart approach to this area in particular is the only high ground along here. And it actually goes up and down a little bit, sometimes going into the muck. There are a few places as you go where you'll see some abandoned carts that have gone into the muck. And there may be some uh, remnants of bones and such among the carts. There's only a couple. Right. And it kind of does a meander as it goes along. All right. Behind you, you will hear an occasional moaning sounds from to the south of you. Also, looking back, you can see um, there's a growing haze following following behind you. But your proximity, you can see something of a greenish tinge in the area of the temple. Okay. Okay, so traveling north. It's going to start getting dark. Are we going to keep moving through the swamp? Are we going to stop?
You've said that the cart track is the only high ground.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm inferring from that that if we were to stay on the cart track, we could do that.
Mm-hmm.
Is that reasonable?
As long as you can see it, yeah.
No, what I'm saying is after dark, is that reasonable? If we just say we're going to follow call it a ridge line, to stay on the cart path, could we do that and not start randomly wandering in the swamp?
You think so? Yeah. Given your present location and what you're
It
seeing.
in that case, I think we need to put some distance between us and here. Absolutely.
Okay.
And sleeping in the swamp sounds awful.
Yeah, and we can use Wes's flashlight thing if we need to. I don't want to have it on all the time because that just attracts a lot of attention. But when we need to, we have it.
Okay. So I mentioned the haze, right? As it gets dark, it gets colder. As it gets colder, the fog grows in strength and intensity. And by that I
All
mean
the
it
more reason to beat feet.
gets thicker. Um, so what are we going to use for light? Okay, right. Put your glove on or something. Okay. Okay. Just recast it every time. 10 minutes. Okay. So that's going to be our only
And-
light?
And we can cover the lanterns if we need to, correct? We have hooded lanterns, not or bullseye lanterns, not.
You do? I
Yeah.
think there are
So
2 in the party now, right?
I think that's correct. So we we're going to try to go as stealthily as we can, which means a minimum of light, but we do have light sources when we need them. So it's not like we're going to walk around with torches. You know, la-di-di, here I am, everybody come and kill us.
Okay. Oh, it's almost an hour. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to kill some of our offensive firepower because that's mana that you're not going to be casting on spells in combat, but yeah.
Okay. Well, um, okay. So yes, the fog will sort of settle in. It gets thick. It's difficult to see, but between the light sources that you have, don't think you're going to lose your way. So I think okay. So you estimate that you've traveled about a day going north, generally north along the track. Um, so the sun will start coming up on your right as you travel north. Okay. Um, the cart track is going to split into 2 directions, going west and east.
We're still south of the Moose House, correct?
You think you're actually east of the moat house.
We want to go west. Yeah, we want to go west regardless, but
Okay. All right. Okay, as you turn to the west and start moving, um, you'll see that the cart track um, seems to be following an old road. There are bits of it that will uh, surface through the muck. So this would be, well, you've seen this before on the other side of the moat house, on the west side of the moat house. um, you've gone maybe a quarter of a mile from your turn when you will see what looks like a skeleton laying on the ground ahead of you. Mm-hmm. There's not much in the way of clothing left. But yeah, some rags. No. No.
Be careful. It's going to grab you.
I'm going to specifically look around, make sure there's nothing in the brush on this or muck or whatever on the sides of the road.
Okay, while you're doing that, what's the rest of the party doing? Yep.
I'm
I'm
following
listening.
with him, but behind him, kind of trying to look around him to see what's happening.
Okay.
I guess, because everybody's kind of stopping the pace to inspect, I'm going to be scanning around to make sure that nothing dangerous is around, I guess.
I agree with Tindo. I'll be scanning around. I'll have
Okay.
my bow out.
Okay. All right. So the party takes a generally defensive sort of position as Wes investigates the skeleton. Raymond, I need a roll from you.
If
Okay.
that's a scan, that's a critical.
You may have a check mark on your scan.
That would be my third.
You've had 3
Holy
criticals on your
cows.
scan? That's insane.
Well, he
Well,
could have
no.
gotten one special and then
The
two
first
criticals.
one was the special, the second one was a critical. I'm telling you this before I put a third check mark down. But anyway, drive on. I'm interrupting the story.
Are we getting check marks for specials after having gotten a success?
My understanding
Correct.
was that you could get a check mark for a special, but if you have a check mark, you have to have a critical to get the second one.
Correct.
Right. And so in this case, that's what happened. My first one was a special. The second one was a critical.
So you've got 2 check marks.
They are the only 2 check marks I have on my sheet right now.
He just now got a
So
third
this
critical, though.
is the second critical. So
Correct.
a success, 1 check mark, 2 criticals, 2 check marks. Right?
For a total of 3.
Got it. Okay.
That's why I'm clarifying it before I put the third check mark down.
No, that's the way we're running the rule. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Well, in that case, Raymond, as you look around, you will see numerous skeletons just laying around on the surface. There's dozens.
Non-animated to my knowledge.
Sure.
They're just lying around. They're not like lying in wait.
Sure.
Okay.
They're
Wes,
definitely lying in
Wes,
wait.
Let me be a little more clear.
okay.
It looks to you like they were kind of walking along and
Right.
then they all just fell over. So
Okay.
they're in various states of
Okay.
having fallen over.
Wes, that is not the only skeleton around here. and I'll start pointing them out.
Okay. As you start pointing them out, you will in fact note that there's a lot of skeletons. There's dozens. I mean, you start pointing, there's one over there, and there's one over there, and there's this one here, and make an intelligence times 3 roll. You're kind of uncertain. Although anyone with tracking could,
Ooh.
says Wes.
I have tracking. That might make it. It does not.
I
Darn
did
it.
though.
Oh, nice.
So, Raymond, yes, you will see tracks leading to each of the skeletons that are in your immediate vicinity, having come up from the south.
Walking or running?
That's not clear.
Okay. So since I'm talking to Wes, I'll kind of direct it towards Wes, but you see all these skeletons, you see these tracks, they're all coming up from the south. So apparently this group came up from the south and died here. And it's just they're like, it's literally they just walked up and died, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, walked up, fell over.
There's no evidence of combat, for example.
I don't know that anyone has examined any of the bodies yet.
No, I meant from the trap.
Okay, I thought, all right. There is no sign of trauma. Let me rephrase that. No sign of recent trauma on the skeleton on the cart track.
Hmm. Not being able to move toward it during the day kind of makes sense. None of us have a detect magic spell, correct? I don't either.
I don't.
Wait a minute. Wait.
Then to be safe, should we smash their legs?
I'm thinking about that. I'm going to try something because I don't think Raymond would know if it would work or not. So I'm going to go up to the one that Wes has been looking at. Look at Wes. Wes, cover me for a second, and I'm going to cast Anti-Channels 1 on it, which says it cancels a Channels 1 spell. I just want to see what happens. Do I feel like it's hitting resistance from a spell or something along those lines?
Roll.
No, I have no freaking clue.
That is correct.
Raymond, what are you doing?
Well, Wes had just suggested that it might be that this is an undead scouting party, raiding party, whatever, that can only move at night. If it is, my thought was if I cast an anti-spell, I could disrupt the dark power flowing into them.
Okay, I can do that as well. What kind of cancel did you do?
I used what we call anti-channels 1. It's on the repulsions list.
Okay.
I don't use it very often, so I don't know how well I cast it. How well math moved through me, but it didn't seem to have an effect. I mean, I was really just looking for resistance.
Okay.
So,
I'm actually rereading what I can do, and I was a little bit incorrect on my abilities, so I'm not useful. But
the best thing that we could do, I'm guessing, and it's complete guess, is bless the remains, not the spell, just the process, and keep going.
the repulsion?
Yeah, I could. It's repel undead.
Oh, it's repellent.
Obviously, if they're not animated, they're not going to move away from me.
So, like, instead
So
of desecrating the bodies, can we just like tie their legs together?
we could steal all their leg bones. I mean,
Well, I mean that's again, that's desecrating the dead.
yeah.
I don't know how tying the legs of skeletons is going to stop them from animating and still moving towards their goal. I mean, we saw a skeleton attack us with half a body, so destroying their legs isn't going to stop them.
The other
They
thing
can do that.
the other thing to remember,
Yes, sorry, you didn't see that, Runt.
I think we need to be out of the swamp by sundown, which means we're going to have to hustle. So we don't have a whole lot of time. So whatever we're going to do, we need to do it quickly, and we need to keep moving. Because we don't know how far east of the moat house we are, and it's going to take us the better part of the day, even from the moat house, to get out of the swamp.
Honestly,
So-
I don't think we do anything.
So
Just start moving.
you walked all through the night to get, plus part of the morning to get where you are now.
Right.
This is not a good position we're in here.
No, it's not. The other option is we go to the moat house, we spend the night at the moat house, and then we leave.
No. No. Yes. Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd like to get out of the swamp today, but I agree. If we can get to the moat house and hole up for the night, that's gonna have to do. But
Okay.
I don't think we have a whole lot of time to monkey around here.
So we're not collecting femurs.
We're not collecting femurs.
Okay.
A couple of tokens showing who, this is where we find the Eden.
Then all we have to do is lead the Etten to the skeletons. It'll work great.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of clear. It sounded like they said goblins were speaking.
Oh my God. It's a vampire lord.
Again?
One of the big ones.
That's right, with two heads. All right. Um, Alexander, up
Yes.
ahead, you see what looks like a goblin camp.
I'll put up the signal to stop. wait for everyone to catch up to me, and then I will tell everyone there's a goblin camp up ahead. Or looks to be a goblin camp up ahead.
Okay.
Can we go around it?
It'll take time.
So we're killing them all.
That's true.
Yeah, but we get points for that.
That will take time and precious resources.
Oh, true.
Do we think
Whoa.
we can run faster than goblins?
Mm,
Yeah. Are you just seeing goblins, or are you seeing anything else?
Nope, just goblins.
Yeah, all I see is goblins.
So it's day. So goblins tend to sort of hunker in during the day.
How many are there?
No. Well,
I agree.
not beyond what you would expect of camp meat. Okay, so what's the plan?
We're going around.
All right. Okay, so we back up a bit and we make our way around. Okay. I need another scan roll for the lead people.
Successful.
Okay. You see a sentry up ahead.
Of goblins.
A sentry would be one goblin in a hidden position
Oh,
called a sentry.
okay. I'll point that out. Let's
Okay.
go get him.
Let's runt it, and I'll wave runt to go do his thing.
Is the goblin in a tree? Like I'd have to climb?
Yes.
Oh, I should shoot it
Guys,
then.
no, guys, like I tried the climbing thing. I'm not that good at it.
All right, let's shoot at it then.
I don't think I could sneak up on it if I tried.
Okay.
I can do the sneaking part. It's the climbing part that he had a problem with.
And how about you sneak for me, and I'll do the climbing part for you.
Deal.
Yeah, like that works.
Okay, so we'll just
Well,
time it. 1, 2, 3. Shoot arrows.
can you sneak close enough to throw a knife at it?
Probably.
Yeah, he can throw a knife and then we can shoot arrows.
I mean, I can also try to do the climbing thing and just get ready to shoot it with arrows if that doesn't work.
Hmm.
The thing is, if you're going to do this, you have to kill him before he makes noise.
Okay, so like
Can you
what
do that, or should we go
we
around?
we just take his tongue out, right?
How do we get close enough
Or
to
push him
hit
out
it?
of the tree. I mean, push him out of the tree should be pretty good, right?
Yeah, but then he's gonna
That
squeal
wouldn't make
once he
any
hits the
noise.
ground.
So he's gonna make a noise if he hits the ground if you shoot him with arrows, either, right?
I mean,
Well, if he dies, he'll just fall over.
in the throat.
Do you guys have a spell to just put him to sleep or something, and we just keep going on by?
Yeah.
I don't
We
think
do
we
have a
have that
sleep
kind of
spell.
spell that can put people to sleep.
We, yeah, that's what we used on you when you went
Wes,
crazy.
Wes has one, so
I don't remember this.
of course
Yeah,
not.
he doesn't.
You were possessed. Don't worry about it. Wes, what do you think? You think you can sleep him?
Will he wake up from the fall?
If he wakes up,
He's on the
I mean,
ground. We just stab him. He also
Okay.
could just slump in a chair. Yeah, he doesn't necessarily have to fall.
well, I mean, does he have a chair up there? Like, I assume he's just in a tree.
It's a
I
canoe.
don't think they built a tree house.
It's a canoe. Now, I was thinking they climbed up there and then put a plank and like he's sitting on something on the plank. I don't know, like
A chair?
a deer stand.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay, you try to sneak up on the goblin to cast your spell. Okay, he does not notice you. All right. And he will fail. He's at, what's his minus? Right. So you see his head kind of bob up, and he puts his hands up like this, and he's kind of looking around. Okay, roll. Okay, this time he fails. Okay, and
There's nothing worse than an insomniac goblin, I swear.
he falls out of the tree, hits the ground. All right, what are you gonna do? He falls out of the tree, hits the ground, thump.
Okay, so we should
Go
go up
kill
there
him.
and kill him in a way, you know, just put him
Are-
out of his misery.
Are
Yeah,
you
just
sure?
put the sword through his spine. It's not that deep.
No. Are you sure? Because if you do that, then the goblins will know that somebody's here. If he just fell asleep and fell out of a tree, not necessarily true.
How long does the sleep last?
2 rounds
Oh,
magically enforced.
and you just spent a round talking about it.
We can just keep going. Let him have his fun.
I mean, once he wakes up, he's also going to start making a big scene, right? So if we just travel on around him, he's not going to be looking for us if we didn't leave any sign that we were here.
Well,
Go.
So are we discussing this while we're moving, or are we discussing? Right. So we're moving. Right. Are we making any effort to hide our tracks as we do this?
Ugh.
Yeah, but that takes
You're a
time, and
ranger.
he's only asleep for two rounds. Let's just go.
He's asleep for a minimum of 2 rounds,
Correct.
and then he has to be awoken somehow.
I mean, the pain of a broken hip will probably wake you up immediately.
Or broken arm.
Go, go, go.
True,
Run.
true,
Let's
true.
go.
All right,
Ow!
Let's move quickly.
okay.
Okay. So we take the opportunity to, oh, we should be moving quickly now that he's asleep instead of talking about this and get on the other side of him. So now that you're on the other side of him, what are we going to do? Okay, so this is your opportunity to say, oh, we're going to cover our tracks from here. in case they do look for us.
Yeah, I can
Or
do
not.
that.
Okay.
Anti-tracking. Oh, that might not be successful.
But you wouldn't necessarily know that. So we move on.
Oh, dang.
Okay. All right. Referring to the map, we are moving through the hills. The east of Hamlet, we encountered a goblin camp. It's getting towards evening, which you surmise puts you just east of the river. Right? Now, here you have a choice. You can continue south on the east side of the river to where you know that there's a ford, or you could cross the river right here. That is, swim it. So going, okay, that
I kind of agree with that. Although
might,
we're much more likely to run into goblins on this side of the river.
and are we going to move through the night? That is, no rest?
On the other hand, if we move through the night, that gives Sir Michael an extra 6 hours to work with. And the whole point exactly. And the whole point of this is speed.
Okay, are we going to cross the river? Okay.
Why can't we cross the river?
Have you ever played Oregon Trail?
I have not played Oregon Trail.
Well, if you cross the river here, you'll get dysentery.
And then we
Yeah.
all die.
And then you'll die.
Yeah, well, this ain't the new world. This is the
Uh,
old world.
I would not be opposed to traveling downriver towards the ford in the water for a little while to hide our tracks. Have our tracks basically hit the river and look like we crossed, and then travel towards the fort a little bit to give us a little bit of more coverage against the goblins.
That's pretty smart. How'd you come up with that one?
I have tracking too.
Oh, I should probably have that as well, shouldn't I?
Only if you want to track.
Yeah.
All right. So it
And
sounds
we
like
don't have to go that just a bit.
it sounds like there are numerous options to consider now that we're at the river. what what does the party wish to do?
I can follow with that plan.
Okay. So the idea is to go into the river to cover our tracks, make it look like, maybe we crossed here, and then we're actually going to go upstream toward the ford, and then, come out at some distance after we've sort of cleared the area, and then make our way up to the ford. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Well, um, okay. So once you get back, that's okay. So you go in, stay close to the embankment, make your way up. come back out. Okay, at that point, everyone can make scan rolls.
Successful.
Okay. All right. After you, okay, so you go in, you make it look like you're either going downstream or crossing or whatever, but you go opposite that, going upstream toward the ford. You come out, get back up on dry land, continue your way toward the ford. Some point, somebody who's looking back, probably Wes getting his special, will see that in fact there are 3 wargs at the water where you went in.
Wow. Runt's amazing.
We should stay in the water for longer. Maybe all the way to the ford.
As you're watching, Wes, and anyone else who was successful, you'll see that one of the wargs turns and goes north along the river. Looks like one of them is going to cross, and the other one is turning and moving south toward you.
We have to move far enough away that we can kill it by itself. The north and the one that crosses needs to keep. They need to keep moving.
We should certainly continue southward and just keep an eye on it. Because Alexander's right, we should extend this as much as we can.
Okay, so you're going to move. You're going to start moving south. Are you going to stay close to the river? Or are you going to move away from the river? You're going to lose sight of it at some point, whatever you do.
I think we should stay in the river.
Stay in the river.
Well, because I don't. They're obviously not tracking our scent. They're just ranging. So right. So if we stay in the river, we won't. Right. But if we go out on the shore, they'll pick up our scent again.
Let's just take out our scuba gear and go hide in the river.
That would be awesome. I left that at Hamlet.
I thought you were going to say I left it in the ship. Sorry.
It's
Okay.
with my pickaxe.
That's right. My pick. Okay, so oh wow. So you're a good 3 miles from the ford. So are we staying in the river where it can see us? Are we getting up on the bank where it can smell us? What are we doing?
I
Can
think it
we
tracks
ahead.
us either way.
Can we look for a place where we might be able to hide while still being in the river? Like any place where there is like more rocks or maybe like reeds or something that we could try to hide behind so we don't go on shore so it doesn't catch our scent.
Possibly. Yes, you could look for such a spot. Let's hide in here.
I would like to try to find such a spot because I
Okay.
don't think that we're going to outpace this by any means.
All
Especially
we
not
need to do is
running
get
in the
him
water.
far away, then we can kill him. It is just one guy in his work.
Except that this warg howls and the rest of them know where we are.
Right, which is exactly why I'm trying to extend this in the hopes that he gets bored and goes away.
Okay, so I've got 3 options.
Yeah. Runt says, I'm a follower, not a leader. You tell me what we're going to do and we do it.
I think we should continue in the water. If we find a good spot that we can lay an ambush, we should do it. Otherwise, we should extend this as much as we can.
Agreed.
Okay. Any other communication on that, or is that the plan? Okay, so we're gonna move. We're gonna look for a spot to hide and/or ambush, or otherwise keep getting as much distance as we can, moving slowly upstream through the river. Okay. Right. Those with tracking can make a tracking roll. This is to determine whether or not, oh, this is a good place we could hide in.
Successful.
Grunt is also successful.
Okay.
What's success? I don't know what success is.
Success is the opposite of 91.
Right, 19.
Okay. So yes, moving along, you will come across an area in the um, river. Maybe it cuts through a low hill or something, and provides sort of a sheltered spot where you could hunker in. Is that the plan? Or are we going to keep moving?
I'll point out I found a spot, but or me and Ren found a spot. But is this what we want to do?
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to stop and hide, right?
I think so.
All right. Everyone can make a listen roll. Okay. That's a really good listen. Okay. Well, Tindo, you're quite confident that the org was up above you, and it ran on past.
Oh, like the scene in Lord of the Rings.
No, this is more. I rolled a 99, so I didn't even stop to smell the ring
Oh, we
under
got
the branch.
the doofus warg that
Yep.
followed our trail.
Yep. No, it just keeps going. Okay. Well, that's disappointing. I mean, good for you guys. That's awesome. Good job hiding in the. Okay. Maybe pause. Yep. All right. In which case, you will make it to the ford where you can cross. And as you're crossing, you can see on the opposite side of the ford that there's a not a palisade, but some makeshift. What are they called? They're spikes that have been set up, sort of at an angle, to channel things into a certain spot. I forget what those are called.
The ramparts? No, that's not the right word.
Yeah, ramparts are walls.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, these are sharpened
Oh.
sticks, not actually spears, but sticks, and they've been erected on
An abatis.
yeah.
Yeah.
And they're on either side of the ford, such that anything crossing has to go through a narrow, right?
Okay.
Okay. So but that's up on the land. It's not like, they're forcing you into the spikes in the river. So you cross, and as you're coming up on the water, you're going to be challenged. Who goes there? Stand and name yourselves.
I'm waiting for Wes to go first.
Yeah, so was I.
Everybody kind of looks around. Archers!
Fire!
Wes, Wes is madly screaming into his microphone. Nobody can hear him. Uh, when you say you're going to identify yourself, what are you actually saying? Okay. Right. Okay. A guy in half plate will come out from behind a low wall. He'll approach and kind of look you guys over, and he'll say, "My lord," and he'll nod in deference to you and say that Sir Michael is on patrol. You can wait for him at his encampment 2 miles to the north. I'm in charge here. All right. Come with me. He'll lead you into the encampment, and he'll turn his duty over to a sergeant or something, and um, there's a command tent that he'll lead you to. Right. What's going on? Okay. Um, yeah, he has a rather grim look on his face as you mention all of this, and he'll say, "Wait here a moment." He steps out of the tent. What are you guys gonna do, if anything?
Can we trust him?
I'm gonna stand. I'm gonna stand at the entrance to the tent.
Say,
Okay.
what if the creepy guy has infiltrated more places than just here? Than just at 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 uh, at Hamlet. What if he's got agents in all of the places? Like, what if he's just going to come in and kill us, and the message doesn't actually get to Sir Michael?
Okay, who's he gonna kill us with? By himself? We could take him. 1-on-6.
The squad of archers he's having surrounding the tent as we speak.
Well, okay, if that's the case, then we're dead anyway. So
there
don't
is
worry.
that.
Like Wes, I will be relaxing. I trust the people involved.
I might be sleeping. Haven't we been marching the whole time?
You have. You guys are exhausted.
Wes has got this. I'm sleeping in the corner.
Okay. All right. So a few minutes go by. He'll come back in and say, I've readied a wagon for you. It will take you up to um, Sir Michael's encampment. I've sent runners, no, I've sent riders out after Sir Michael. And if you'll come with me.
Time for a wagon nap.
Time's
Okay. So yeah, he leads you over toward the stables. A wagon is getting hitched up as you arrive. And also someone has brought some hot food.
And I'm just going to kind of like mutter under my breath, like, we're not even going to check her for poison.
So as you're all sort of preparing for, getting settled in, he'll say, we've had some disturbing reports coming out of Hamlet. It seems that Rufus has ordered a change of his guards. A lot of them were sent either to Telgar. Uh, some of them have chosen to come down and join with units here. But yeah, something's not right in Hamlet.
You're not going to be able to say that without explaining it.
I just kind of glare at him like, you're giving it all away.
Yeah, he's gonna sort of look at you and
I'm glad I'm asleep.
I'm not in Hamlet.
I don't trust the church. Only the Druid.
do you have any of those coins with you?
No.
No, we left
We
them
made
because
a point to not bring them with us.
it would be exactly it'd be silly.
He says to the driver, wait here a moment and I'll be right back. Okay. So he comes back, and with him is somebody wearing gray robes. Everyone can make a percentile roll. Tindo wins.
Considering
Bingo,
considering
big zero.
I'm sleeping, so yeah.
That's an automatic crit right there.
I got the lowest one with 23. There's a couple of us that got 20s.
Okay. Tino, you wanna?
Oh, that was a joke
he's
because
asleep,
I'm
remember?
sleeping, so I'm
Oh,
not
right.
even a
There.
part.
Okay. So 28.
Tired.
So Alexander and Runt. So the College of Wizardry in Telgar has, you should know this.
Rolled a
um,
97. You don't. You don't know this.
you have to thumb through your sheet to find it. It's like, um, that's true. Yeah. Um, so, um, um, wizards are uh, ranked and they're identified by the color of their robes. And within each rank, there are uh, sort of stations. Not being, privy to, the details of all of that stuff. You're not really sure where this person fits in all of this, but you do recognize that the gray robe is one color short of being a master or an instructor at the school. They all wear black. Okay, so the gray indicates a pretty high position of training from the school. This person also has um, some uh, piping, if you will, along the cuffs. And so she comes up with the captain here. And in fact, she says, Wes, what a surprise to see you. You have absolutely no idea what her name is. And she'll ask, wait, you think there's something wrong with Burns? She seemed somewhat incredulous. And with that, the captain will say, apparently he offered them some coinage which had been, yes, right. And of course, you didn't keep one, she says. No, he did. No, he kept one. He asked, and you guys said okay. So So with that, yeah, you'll realize that the captain was somewhat suspicious of all of this, but when you mentioned the druid actually having one of these coins, he's like, "Wait, what?"
Yeah, I gave it to him myself.
Well, if we kept them, they could track us. Just kind of a big duh expression.
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
Okay, so with that, she will grow rather concerned. And she'll turn to the captain and say, this, along with the other concerning events,
Oh, also, we were followed by wargs on the other side of the city, of the river, and we passed a goblin camp like just a couple hours away.
okay. Well, she says, I must return to Telgar and report this. If there is a problem with Burns, we need to deal with it immediately. And he says, that's going to leave us defenseless here.
Nah, you got me. You're fine. I'll wave it off.
Perhaps we should go to Telgar. Wes could carry a message
No,
almost as
no, we
effectively
were
as you
directed to go to Sir Michael. We should not go to Telgar. Let's go to Sir Michael.
can. Well, I meant after.
Hmm.
I kind of want to go to Hamlet.
She has something of a smirk on her face, and she says, to the captain that I'll send a replacement once I get there. And with that, she will look back to Wes and kind of smile and grin a bit. And she'll say, perhaps I'll see you in Hamlet.
Well, I mean, after
Hey,
meeting up with Sir Michael, we can come here and reinforce you guys, right?
The,
yeah.
Well, I mean, Wes, you're like a big wizard, right?
Let's wait and see what Sir Michael thinks
she,
before we
she will
commit.
she'll kind of snicker at that.
Oh, you do that whole light thing from your hand. That's pretty fucking amazing.
As she turns and walks away, you can hear her mumbling an incantation.
I step away from Wes.
Okay. There's well, actually, Wes might even recognize this. Go ahead and roll, Wes. Doesn't matter. Okay. Um, yeah, so she finishes the incantation and on her last step will disappear.
Holy crap!
I'm sure if you tried hard enough, you could. Like, why don't you try right now?
And then I was just gonna say, Didn't you guys
Where
say,
did he go?
He disappeared.
didn't you say that the
He
vampire lord was
disappeared.
able to disappear?
Captain,
Not really. He more like flew away. So not like this at all.
the
I don't
captain
think she's the vampire lord. Good.
will turn to uh, um, the driver and say, escort them up to or take them up to Sir Michael's encampment. Be safe.
I'd like to try to sneakily check to see if that compartment we found on the other wagon is present on this wagon as well.
Roll.
30. What am I
You're-
rolling?
You're pretty sure that there's no secret compartment underneath the buckboard.
All right.
Okay.
Now that we're all done, and I'm assuming we're starting to move, I'm going to sleep.
Okay.
Same.
Yeah.
So 2 miles later, you're all awakened,
We all
having
wake up.
arrived at Sir Michael's encampment.
I- I, I'm at less than half power, so yeah, I'm sleeping every chance I get. So okay, that's fine.
Okay. Yep.
It would be exactly.
Okay.
1 mana.
All right. So, the driver has orders, something written that he hands to the um, captain at arms here, and orders will be made available for everybody, and they inform you that as soon as Sir Michael arrives, you will be brought to him. If anyone wants a bath, food, showers, showers, well, uh, yeah. So the facilities of the encampment are available to you.
Awesome. Passes out.
Hopefully, it'll be sooner than that. But yeah, I point me to a tent,
Okay.
please.
Yes.
Hot.
So everybody's settled in, and 3 hours later, everybody is woken up.
All right, that's another point and a half.
So tired. Is this what it's like?
Okay. So you're escorted to a pavilion, and it's as you come in. There are a couple of guards outside the pavilion. Oh, by the way, this is a big white pavilion, and it's extravagant. It's got little pennants flying off of the top of it. It's pretty cool. There's clearly numerous chambers inside. And outside, there's a stable boy holding the reins of a giant white horse. It's got some barding. There's a rack of lances nearby. Yeah. Okay. Inside, you will be announced. Okay. So as I wouldn't call him a herald exactly, but as Wes comes into the tent, um, the beginnings of an announcement commence. a rather formal sort of declaration of peerage, maybe. And Sir Michael says, "Wes, come in," and he shoos the other guy away.
Kind of mumbled it into. Wait, he actually knows Sir Michael.
Yeah, Wes is a nobleman.
There's a reason why I let him introduce us first.
Wes is a nobleman. Like that kind of stage whisper that's just a little too loud.
So uh, he, that is Sir Michael, will come over and embrace Wes and say, "Your cousin has been keeping track of you, and I must say she's rather pleased with your uh, endeavors of late." Oh, by the way, when he smiles, when he smiles, um, it's sort of that Dudley Do Right look with with yes, exactly. All right. Um, help me get this armor off. He's unbuckling. So, as he's getting his armor off, help him. Yeah, it's just your party, and him. Okay. Um, disturbing news. Why don't you tell me in your own words as he's getting out of his gear? Um, by the way, at the head of the table, there's a sort of a camp chair, and the camp chair is being sort of pushed over by a giant two-handed sword. Yes. Okay, not a giant one, but his anyway.
A great sword?
Yes, it would certainly be a great sword.
Awesome. I'll
Don't need a
stare at it
tiger approved.
fanatically.
Um, it has a blood red gem in the pommel.
That's cool.
Okay. Oh, there's quite a bit of food here as well. There's a sideboard with all kinds of stuff to eat and drink. Right. So he gets out of his gear, sits down. Uh, so, what's happened? He'll say. He'll get a okay. He'll get a
Has Sir Michael eaten anything, by the way?
He is, as the tale is being told. And when you mention the guys in gray cloaks, he'll kind of stop and look at you and, you mean sentinels? You saw sentinels.
They had silver blades. Yeah.
Those aren't Kirk's people.
Those aren't what?
Those aren't Kirk's people. Yes, and they do not own allegiance to Tamara. That's an interesting question. But nonetheless, they instructed you to seek me out. So we haven't really heard it in the course of side conversation, but Alvis, at any point, did you tell everyone else about the cauldron and the person you saw or any of that?
I think I may have forgotten. Sorry about that.
Okay. No,
Well, I think his question is, we had like 2 days where we were walking along a trail having many side conversations.
Oh, then
Would you have
probably.
brought it up?
Probably at some point.
I'm sorry, Bruce, that was what you were saying, right?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's kind of an important piece of information.
Yes, I figured
that,
it was.
I mean, since it never actually came up, I was kind of inclined to go, hey, they never said it, so it didn't happen. But then I know later, well, yeah, that would be a nice role playing bit.
Sorry, I am not
That's all right.
proactive enough to do that.
It's all right. Okay, so when you mention the cauldron, Sir Michael will get a very concerned look on his face, as well um, the priest that was poised above it. So he will stand up and go to the entrance of the pavilion, call someone over, and they talk quietly for a bit, and then that person runs off. And he says, there is no time to lose. And he starts, actually, he's not going to put his gear back on. He's going to, yeah, he's just going to throw a gambeson on. He's going to grab his sword and say, come with me.
So, but before we leave, I'm going to mention the fact that as soon as Sir Michael started eating, I tuck in because this might be the only decent meal I get for a while. But I'm going to wait for him to go first because I'm polite. But
Okay.
I'm getting my grub on.
Yep. All right. Yeah. So Yeah, so you get to the part about the cauldron and the guy hanging over the cauldron and all the dead, and he stops whatever he was doing, and okay, we need to move right now. The inside was black.
How could we tell it was green and glowing?
That's right. Those green glowing stuff pouring out of it. Okay, so as he's moving, he'll say, um, it was thought that those artifacts were destroyed, but it seems that not all of them were, which is a concerning matter. Um, yes, we are. All right. So he goes out of the pavilion. As he's mounting the horse, one of that person that he had called up and run off has come back and has in tow with them someone in the black robes of Telgar. Wes, you can actually, everybody can roll.
Damn straight you are. That's got to be a check mark somewhere.
I guess I'm not. Guess I partook of the turkey on this table.
Okay. Is no, it's the Master of Fire.
Well,
Zevra.
that's not going to get us to Hamlet any faster.
Yeah, but Master of Fire can use Fireball. And that's
That's not
So
going to get
thing
us
you
to
can
Hamlet
do.
any faster.
you will recognize him as Master Zevras. And Sir Michael, as Zevras comes up, Sir Michael will say that they've uncovered evidence of a cauldron in use. I am taking the knights to Hamlet. Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay. So he looks at you with both surprise and concern. And Zevras will say, "Go. I will deal with this here." All right. So he will turn, and as he goes, he gets a horn out and sounds it. Okay, so with that, there's you can hear the activity level in the camp multiply. Um, the readying of arms and so on. Severus will step up to the party and say, "What's this I hear about Burns?" He said, "Okay." So he takes that in, and he will sort of scan the party. We are going to Hamlet to investigate this as well, see to its defense. Hmm. Very well. Um, you all look very tired. I'm inclined to invite you to Hamlet with us, but perhaps that's not so wise given your current situation. He pauses for a moment.
You are probably correct. However, I suspect we will be very close behind you. Okay, kind of close behind you.
If you wish to accompany, you're welcome to come with us.
Alexander's ready to go.
I would like to accompany them.
You intend to ride, is that correct?
Yes,
Do you have horses we can use?
yes.
Perfect. We have family in Hamlet, so we need to be there.
How do you ride a horse again?
Uh, you you can just be on the back of my horse.
Uh, uh, all right, let's go.
There will be wagons in the support group, but they will lag behind a little bit.
In that case, I would prefer a spot on the wagon. I I need to recharge a bit, and I can do that on the wagon. I can't do it if I'm riding a horse. I'm sure you are, Wes.
Okay, so just to take this off table for a moment, or above the table as you were. Um, if you go with him, there's stuff that's going to happen in Hamlet. If you take the wagons, you're going to arrive after anything that happens in Hamlet, so to speak. Correct.
I want to go.
All right, so it sounds like we're riding.
It's up to you. Just be aware
Awesome.
that
No, you said the wagons were going to tarry behind. I got the impression we're talking like a couple hours, not a half day. So that's fine. We can ride.
well,
We can ride. It's fine.
right.
Yeah. Okay, we can ride.
Okay. Is that everyone?
I want to go home.
I absolutely do not want to go to Hamlet right now. But like I said,
Since everybody else is going,
I'm a
and
follower, not a leader.
okay. So the answer is we're all going. Okay.
Apparently, we're all going.
Peer pressure
Whose
forces.
horse am I
Alexander
sitting
rides
on?
off, and so does Alvis, and then everyone else comes along.
Whose horse can I ride on?
Oh yeah, Alvis. No,
No, he
Alvis
can't
can't
ride.
ride.
I can.
Wait, they're
I
all
just
giving
can't
us
do it well.
horses? We can totally just hawk these horses later. Let's all take a horse.
Turns out I don't have riding skill. So I'll be riding with I can ride. That'll work.
Who can I ride with?
You can ride with Runt.
Alexander will begrudgingly look over and realize he's the only other rider and say, "I will."
Runt has ride skill. I have a I have
Al?
a 50 and I'm small, so I can take.
I have no ride skill.
I have a 35, so I can, but I can't do anything fancy. So
Okay,
I
I'll
have
go
a
with
50.
Runt. Oh, then I'll go with Alexander.
Okay. So do I understand that there are sufficient writers and let's see, we've
I
got
believe yes.
Yeah, it's me, Runt, and
us.
Wes.
and Wes,
Okay.
right?
And the other three are divided amongst them.
And
Okay.
I can actually ride as well. I have ride skill as well. So we have 4 people who can manage a
Okay.
horse and 2 who need rides.
Okay. All right. So so the knights are going to run the vanguard all the way up. So they're going to be pushing their horses pretty hard. Is anyone going to try to keep pace with them? Yes.
I'm with Alexander, so I'm assuming we're keeping pace. Is that right,
Yeah.
Alexander?
He already knows. We're pushing it.
I think we're all going to make an effort.
Okay. In which case, I need ride rolls.
Okay. I could do that.
You got this.
Don't fall off.
Yeah.
Sorry. I was checking to see which one it was. Oh, you're kidding! I'm off it by 10.
Okay.
Is it too late to choose a different rider?
I'm off.
Yeah,
off by
it is.
Yeah, I missed by 4. Unless
Okay.
these are like well-trained horses that give us a bonus.
There is that, but uh, So the question I'm trying to answer is, are you in the vanguard or not? So I've got Raymond. Is that success for you, Wes? Okay. All right. So okay. So there are only two out of the party. I'm sorry. Raymond, who's riding with you?
Nobody.
Okay. Okay, so Wes, Tindo, and Raymond, right? Are in the vanguard. Okay. All right. And the others are just behind. Okay. So no, this isn't a, oh, I didn't make my roll, so it doesn't happen. Blah, blah. No. Um, the, yeah, it's, yeah. Okay. So we arrive in Hamlet. Okay. So I'm pretty sure you're going to get there just as sun is dropping.
Oh, that is awful.
No, that's
We're
What are you
great.
talking
all
about?
gonna
That's when
You
they
got
get
there
to
just
attack.
in time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that means we get there tired and exhausted and have to fight a whole bunch of skeletons. This
That's
is
right.
terrible.
As
No.
We had to get there just after the city mounted its valiant defense so we could clean up what skeletons are left over and pick through all the loot.
Yeah, but I don't really want my family to be dead.
Okay.
I feel as though
It's
that
okay,
would
lose
happen.
some.
So there is a Hamlet map. Village of Hamlet. Okay. So Sir Michael rides straight through town as he gets to the just to the south of where that road turns west. As he gets into that area, uh, per, 15, 1. Where's 15? 15's on the north. You guys are coming in from the south.
So basically between 5 and 6.
You come in between 1 and 4.
Right. But you said right about before it turns to the west, so basically between 5 and 6 is
Um,
where this event's going to happen. Oh, okay. Oh no, nope. Okay, got it. Sorry.
Yep.
My mistake. We're good.
Yep. Okay. So when he gets there, those of you who have any military training will hear the sounding for two arms. So the
I
Vanguard's
know what that means.
riding into Hamlet. They send out a notification to all the veterans in town
Yeah.
to ready themselves. And he, as they're riding past the welcome wench, he's going to turn east People are coming out on the streets, wondering what the hell's going on. As this is something of an impressive sight, right? I mean, you've got several dozen knights. The horses are not in their full barding or anything, but they've certainly got their what it's what's the colors for the horse? The things you drape them with. I forget what those are. I forget what they're called, but they're all
Yeah.
exactly. So, they're all in that stuff. With the lances and in the lead, of course, is Sir Michael with his paladins, and then knights following behind, and they're riding through town. Um, People are coming out on the street or out of their doors. What the hell's going on? Um, and he is riding toward the tower. Um,
And then we're just in the back.
well, those of you that made your roll are in the vanguard. Those of you who did not are back a bit, like several rounds behind. Okay, so um, okay, so do you see where 28 is?
Yep.
That building. As they pass that building, there's a hedgerow there, topped by a tree, just to the south of the road.
Mm-hmm.
As they cross that, a stream of fire comes from the top of the tower toward Sir Michael,
Uh-oh, it's Burns.
or not Burns.
Is that how he got the name? Burnt? With like
After
shooting fire?
this, Sir Michael's going to be known as Burns.
You know, it's burned.
Not that you see. However, as the stream of fire comes out of the tower, top of the tower, you will see Michael raise his sword up over his head, and there's this white light emanating from it.
He has a cool sword.
Actually, it's not the sword. I mean, it is, but it's him. It's Sir Michael. Right. So this exactly. So this gout of fire slams into what is some sort of bubble around him, and it just flares and flickers on the edges of this sphere that has come up around Sir Michael.
So this is not the time to say I told you so.
After that, if anyone's paying attention to Zevris, will see him uh, raise his staff, and the clouds will start forming over the tower.
That seems nice.
Rain of fire.
Okay. So
Maybe a fire tornado.
So the paladins are going to split into 2 groups, actually 3 groups. One of them is going to go, let me rephrase that. One of the groups is going to sweep to the south. Sir Michael is going to continue on the road. Obviously, they have to go past the tower, get up on the butte, and then go up to the tower. The third group is going to stay that west tree closest to, I'm sorry, east tree on the road closest to the tower is where he's going to position himself. So this is where the roles become important. If you're in the vanguard, you can choose to stay with Sir Michael or the group that swings to the south. Otherwise, as you come up through town, you'll see the sphere of protection that the paladins at that tree have set up. So you see building 29 just south of the road. There's a tree, furthest east tree south of 29, right there. So whilst this movement is going on, there's fire coming out of the top of the tower, striking at anything. It's striking at the guys in the spheres, trying to bring the spheres down. It's shooting out at buildings. If you're not in one of those spheres, you're at risk. Follow me?
Yeah.
Okay. So the people who are in the vanguard, you have a choice of which sphere you want to stay in. Okay, so that means Tindo's going with Sir Michael. All right. And who else was
I will stay at the tree
okay?
and try to work my way to building 29 and make sure everybody's out of there.
Okay, well you can't do both.
I understand that.
Either
You told me I had to pick which group, so I'm going to tell you
okay,
which group I'm centering off of. But
okay.
my objective is to get into building 29 and make sure that everybody's out of it, because otherwise Burns is going to burn it down.
It's currently on fire. Yes.
Right. So I'm going to make sure everybody's out of it, and then I'll come back.
Okay. And so the people that are coming up, where are they going to go? So that would be Alexander and Runt and Elvis.
Yep. Alexander, it is your choice.
To follow Sir Michael.
Okay.
On a scale of 1 to 100, how hard would it be to scale that tower?
Sheer wall minus 40.
That's like an 86 in my book.
Yeah, that's not great.
It's stonework. It's not how to put this. It's not it's not as if there aren't handholds, but it is a vertical stone wall.
Sure. Okay.
if it were, encased in what's that stuff called?
No, it's fine.
Gosh.
I'm not going to do it. I am going to try to ditch the horse, sneak up to the tower, and try to make my way up inside the tower.
Okay, well, it's pretty clear that Sir Michael is ahead of you on that. That's exactly what he's doing. He's headed
Okay.
to the ramp that leads up to the entrance.
Then I guess I'm going with Sir Michael, and I don't need to ditch the horse.
Okay. Well, once they get there, they're dismounting. Everybody is staying within the radius of the sphere that the paladins and he are projecting. Okay, so if I understood correctly, Alexander, you want to ride past the sphere at the tree and continue around the butte to catch up with the guys in front. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Okay. Well, Burns seems to be more interested in throwing fire into the village than at you, which is lucky for you. Okay. Um, so the clouds form above the tower. The wind is picking up. In fact, it's becoming pretty strong. You can see that it's sort of swirling around the tower. Apparently, he's trying to affect his Burns' ability to throw fire into the village. Um, okay. All right. Raymond, you're going to go into the building there, correct?
29, yes.
So, yeah, that's the stonemason. Okay. Go ahead and roll a percentile for me.
Just a sec.
Okay. Yeah, so the building's on fire. People are scrambling, trying to put it out, trying to get injured people safe. How do you want to, what do you want to do here?
Well, basically, I want to make sure all the civilians are out. And then after that, I want to go back to where to the tree area.
Okay.
I'm kind of assuming that that's going to be where the aid station is, so to speak. So I can be most useful there, kind of flexing where I need to go, or where I'm needed is a better way to put it.
So there's several paladins here. They've set up a defensive position behind which archers are starting to shoot up at the top of the tower.
Great.
Yes.
I will do first aid on people, not spellcraft, just first aid.
Okay. All right. So you're going to lend aid there.
Yep.
Okay. Everybody else is there or is making their way there. Okay. All right. So to Wes and so Wes, you could get up front, I think, if you wanted to. Otherwise, you're going to be down the stairs as events unfold in the tower. Okay. And Tindo. So, well, you arrive, yeah, you arrive at the base of the tower. People are dismounting, going up the stairs. Okay. So Tindo,
Yeah, I'm
um,
keen. Go ahead.
you're likewise have a choice. You can let people move up the stairs ahead of you, or you can stick with Wes, who seems to be keen on staying as close to Sir Michael as possible. Now, there's a little bit of a challenge in that. There are several, or well, several knighted people in full armor, uh, big weapons, and they're also wanting a front line, which is kind of interesting because Sir Michael is like in a gambeson and yeah.
Yeah, I'm keying off of Wes, who seems to be keying off of Sir Michael. So it's kind of funny seeing Wes run up to the front where he usually hugs the walls. So this is a new experience for me.
All right. Okay. So um okay, so Xavier is going to burn the top of the drawbridge, releasing the chains that hold it, and they'll throw up a grappling hook to pull it down. Of course, once it burns free, it's going to come crashing down. There's all kinds of um, arrows and crossbow bolts coming in at the people on the um, uh, on the stairs that go up. Now that said, there's also several paladins in here, and they all have different kinds of protective shells up against arrows, spells, all kinds of stuff. So nothing seems to be getting through to them. And consequently, nothing's getting through to any of you. Okay. Yeah, so once the drawbridge comes down, Michael's going to cross and start beating on the inner door. Um, and he'll call out for Xavier to bring the door down. Yeah. Okay. So Xavier will come up and incinerate the door. You'll see that something on the other side is trying to prevent him from using fire magics on the door, but he will successfully overcome that, and the door will go ablaze, and shortly thereafter it will succumb, and Sir Michael will bust through into the tower. At this point, everybody is rushing in. Alexander and Runt, both of you can make scan rolls.
Could I also make this scan roll?
Where are you?
I'm with Alexander.
Then yes. Okay. And Alexander. Okay. So, Runt, does that make your scan, Alexander?
Yes, it does.
Okay. You
Just
can
barely.
see. You can see at the top of the tower. The As you're coming up, the door is coming down, and just people are rushing in. As that happens, you can see what looks like sort of a floating rectangle gently roll away from the top of the tower.
Um,
Like a solid rectangle? Like there's just a platform? Or like is there a wizard on it like surfboarding away off into the sunset like really dramatically? Or
So, since you can't see what's on it being underneath it, I'm not going to respond to part of that question, but it kind of looks like a carpet, although carpets don't fly.
I'm I'm
I shoot at it.
yeah, I'm just gonna yell, that asshole's getting away.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead and roll to hit, Alexander. You said you were
Awesome,
shooting,
thank you.
right?
What kind of range does it look like I'm at right now?
That's a hit.
Um, well, base of the tower to top of the tower, or well, just below the top of the tower. So was that three levels? So 35 feet, 40 feet?
So I'm actually not out of range necessarily. I'm at like a long range for daggers, but I'm not out of
True.
range.
Yeah,
So I
that's
probably
true.
have a penalty, but not impossible.
Correct.
But you'd also be throwing daggers in the air.
I'm okay with this. The concept of it's bad to shoot guns into the air probably does not occur to me at this generation.
Well, yeah, I know, but like but you'd know you'd be throwing your daggers away. Cause how are you gonna find those if you miss him?
I
You're just gonna go
mean,
flying out into the distance. That's what I meant. That's all I was trying to
oh,
say.
absolutely. The gamble is that they will never be found again.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
is it worth it to try to stop the guy who just burned our hometown down?
Oh, totally. Totally
Okay.
makes sense. Yeah. So I hit though.
Okay.
Awesome.
Go ahead and roll damage.
Uh,
And if
double
anyone
check.
else is shooting at him, now's the time.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna go full bore.
Awesome. Minimal
Oh no!
damage.
Oh,
Can I pick a location or just hit the carpet?
I wouldn't worry about 2 points of damage.
Oh, but I hit him. That's the
Um,
point.
Sure, go ahead and roll a d20.
Yes.
I had a special.
Now, Tindo, aren't you in the
Oh.
tower with?
Perfect. Yes, I'm not lagging behind. I'm
Okay.
in the tower. Never mind.
All right. So
Would I have the
you
option to use a ranged weapon, or am I just not seeing anything?
You rolled 100. Well, we did yell up, "Hey, he's getting away."
Yeah, thanks for helping, Alexander. Yes, it's pretty clear that everybody's looking up and going, "Oh my God!" So, so yes, even though you fumbled, it does not mean that you're oblivious to the fact that everybody's looking up and going, "Oh my God, he's getting away!"
How far can I throw a spear?
Uh, good question. Does anybody have that ready to hand? Okay, looking it up. True, but we need a baseline to sort of gauge that too. Okay,
Ah,
well,
well then.
that's
That's
similar
plenty.
to 60 feet, right? More or less.
So I guess he's out of my range.
No, you just said there's only like 35 feet up.
35, 40 feet. You've got 60 feet of range,
Oh,
but you are throwing straight up, or sort of straight up. But yeah, I'm sure you can throw at him.
yay. Spear time. So can I roll to hit?
And what are you actually throwing?
Uh, it's my short spear.
Okay, so yeah, 60 feet. Okay, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, roll to hit. Okay,
Well,
And
there goes
then,
that.
so here's a dagger. Ooh. That's a nope.
that's outside your quick draw as well.
If the attack and quick draw are the same roll, then yes.
Okay, so that will prevent
Stop
further
there.
rolls as well.
Yep.
How unfortunate. Okay,
Dramatically appropriate.
Hmm.
well, we are all about drama.
He gets to escape. Actually,
Okay,
maybe not.
um, so Sir Michael, Xavier, Tindo, and Wes are all inside at this point. When you hear a cry from outside that says, "He's getting away!"
That asshole is getting away.
Uh, a correction. I sit corrected. Um, what Tindo and Wes statements of intent. Okay, Tindo.
Yeah, I'll move over with Wes. I'm just here
Okay.
to protect Wes from himself.
Okay. Wow. Um, both Sir Michael and Xavier quickly turn about. And yeah, okay. So there are people between them and the door. So by the time they get through the rush and back out on the top of the stairs, the carpet will have traveled a considerable distance to the east. Um, there are others shooting and throwing things at it. Let's see if anybody does any.
Do I get a chance to take a shot at it at all?
Not sure how. It's on the east side of the tower. You're on the west side.
Bows are pretty long range.
Make a listen roll.
Sec. That would have made it.
Okay.
So yep, listed
Sure.
49. So
Sure. Go ahead and
I mean, my
you.
bow skill is not that good, so nope.
Yeah. So there's a lot of fire directed in that direction. So Xavier's going to hit it with a fireball. So there's a. Okay. So it's clear that something's on top of the carpet as it pulls away. Xavier, so lots of arrows coming in at it. A lot of them simply bounce off or get deflected somehow. Xavier does get a good hit on it, and it is trailing some smoke. There's an ember, a little bit of fire on the carpet as it's moving out of range. Oh, everybody can make a listen roll.
That's a success for me.
Successful for me as well.
Success.
All right. So you hear sort of a muffled howling sound as the carpet pulls away and into the distance.
I make a note of it to mention it to Wes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Maybe turn to the paladin next to me. Is like, did you hear that?
Hear what?
There's there's like there's like a howling or a keening sound that came from the carpet as it flew away.
I didn't hear that.
Hmm.
Uh,
You've got a helmet on. That probably.
oh, yes, minus 35. Okay. Um, at the tower at this point, there are people going upstairs, and Wes and Tindo, what do you want to do in here? Okay. Are you following behind the guys in armor or not? Okay. Um, So yeah, they're going to make short work of everything that's left in here. Go ahead and roll some percentile for me. Okay. Wes. Wes, do you want to roll a percentile?
Did we lose him?
I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you
Maybe.
what. While
Yep.
we're waiting for him to come back, at this point, I want to go over to the Gypsy Village,
Okay.
and I'm going to find whoever's in charge at the moment. It's like, look, we know that there are undead massing to the west. We could really use some help.
To the east.
You know,
But yes.
east. I always get east and west backwards, but to the east, we could really use some help. You can arm yourselves. That would be awesome. Because I suspect it's something that the village elders aren't going to think of.
Yeah. So yeah, if they're coming, we want to move our wagons out of the way, or our homes, they say.
I can't
So
blame you for that, but please don't run. You
so
could make up a lot of credit for a town that you've had some conflict with by
so
staying and helping. So anyway,
they're going to, once they know that, wait, undead, okay, right, we're gonna get our families to safety. That's our
can't
first priority.
cannot blame you for that.
So we'll see after that. Um, so they start packing up. In Let's see. You get a roll from Wes.
I've got a question. Oh, sorry.
Okay. So as you move up the tower with the knights, rather than try to roll out the engagements, let's just do sort of a, how did you do sort of roll? Okay. Yeah, you're there, but not particularly distinguished. Okay. Um, that's an interesting question.
And where's Rufus?
You don't see Rufus. Of course, you're not there,
I'm
but
not there.
um, so correct. Nor does Tindo. But these guys have a strange dialect, one that you don't recognize very well. It's kind of Old Norse, excuse me, but different. It's like talking to a New Yorker or something. And yeah, they're not very talkative, really, but it's pretty clear that they're not from around here. Oh, upstairs in, well, the whole upstairs has various eye motifs now. There are things etched in the walls and, or, like graffiti kind of stuff. Okay. Uh, so having recaptured the tower, Sir Michael's going to set about preparing the town defenses. Um, the Church of St. Cuthbert is going to be sort of the command center, in that it's high up on a cliff or up on the hill behind the river. So the main defense is going to be along the river, um, and there'll be uh, depending on what they actually encounter with the horde, they'll be falling back through town to the river, which will be sort of the last defense of Hamlet, assuming they're successful in holding. Um, but that's sort of the game plan as gets disseminated into the village. So everyone is expected to pull back behind the river, which means a lot of the town, more than half of it, is going to be left exposed as the main defense line falls back. Um, do any of you want to comment on this, and to whom? Obviously, a
It
lot of people are upset about this.
Yes. It would seem to me that the first line, you could hold a first line that ran between the hill to the northeast and then south down to the bluff where you're building the keep. But my question is, and I don't, since we saw the Griffin Rider, I'm making the assumption that there's going to be somebody in this group that has some intelligence. Um, how possible is it that they would sweep north of the river and come in that way?
So that's kind of a detailed question. Let's back up a little bit. So information is going to go out that this is the plan that Michael has established for his troops,
Then I'll just
and
let it go.
they're
Uh,
in. Mhm.
I'll just, if they've actually put the word out to everybody, I'm just going to let it go because the worst thing to do is change the plan in the middle. So let it go. Don't worry about it.
Okay. So the party has some options here. There are positions along the river, right, particularly at the ford where the road is, um, that are going to be built up and defended. The mill would be another spot. Um, there's, as you've pointed out, Raymond, sort of a choke point between the bluff to the north and the river and the keep. So th- there is where Sir Michael is going to begin the defensive lines. Um, hope their hope, of course, is that they're going to be able to break the assault as it comes and stop it out there. That may or may not be what comes to pass. So the question to the party, knowing how the plan is kind of set up, does the party want to participate in this in some way?
Yeah, I want to fight.
Okay.
Like, we are not soldiers.
I am.
I am as well.
They are, of course, rebuilding the gate on the keep. So the keep itself is going to be um, sort of a pivot point for the whole operation.
Okay.
We've got this.
So I've already been talking to the gypsies, so I probably will be spending a lot of this time making sure that particularly the women and the children are out of the way, because where that camp is like right in the middle of the defensive line.
Yes, it is.
So getting it out of the way is probably a good thing.
In
And
fact, getting a lot of people out of the way would probably be a good thing.
Exactly, and I'm hoping that if we get them on the other side of town, then the menfolk will come back. They may not. They may just run, but um, if for example, we got them over to the other side of the church, back up in those woods in the far northwestern corner, then they at least would be safe. So
or certainly able then to, if things go to hell in Hamlet,
right,
you retreat to
they
Telgar
they
from
could
there.
skedaddle.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So that is in fact exactly what they're thinking.
Great plan.
It
every once in a while I
also
come up with a good idea.
it also is what the villagers in Hamlet are thinking. So
Not at all
they
surprising either.
are staging wagons and horses and personal belongings. They're evacuating up to that area. Now, you don't think there's a lot of time, and you get the idea that people are like packing for a trip, sort of thing.
Right.
Hmm.
The undead army, presumably it's coming from the east. Between the tower and the bluff to the north.
The
And
other
there'll
thing is,
be
if
some,
we have somebody in the tower, they can see a long way. So we shouldn't, fingers crossed, have too many surprises. Although with a bunch of skeletons who don't need light to see, that's
I
might be a
mean,
little
their eyes
difficult.
closed, so you know.
right.
That's true.
Okay, so um, the northeast of the bluff, it's not as if he's ignoring that. There are going to be both knights and paladins up there, but not in as great a number. Their main purpose is to, um, if a serious movement comes through that area, to fall back and let everyone know that they need to fall back to the church and defend the road going up that cliff,
All makes sense.
because otherwise they're going to get flanked there, and that would suck. So, but he's not anticipating the undead are going to be that smart. He thinks they're just going to move in and try to get into the village and get people, because more people is more skeletons.
Yep.
Okay. So there's actually not a lot of time between the point at which the guy on the carpet leaves and the skeletons start showing up. As you move through town, you can see that people are packing a lot of stuff. They're um, yeah, they're like trying to fill up wagons.
Oh, so is this
Like, I understand what you're saying. Runt's not on the same page.
what
Mm.
what he's really saying is that they're taking
We need to
people.
tell people to stop and hurry the fuck up. Yeah, Runt's like, okay, you guys are packing up to leave. Cool, that's awesome.
You guys start yelling at them to speed it up. It's an emergency evacuation. We're leaving. Take anything you need. That's it. Let's go.
How about we run around the streets saying the skeletons are coming?
The skeletons are coming.
Skeleton.
The skeletons are coming.
So is this a sort of a general consensus among the party that that's what they're going to do, is help the villagers actually get motivated to get to safety?
Yes.
I'm not, but if we were
Okay.
talking as a group,
I've already said
So-
that's what I'm doing. So
Okay. So
Yes. This is a group decision, not your own.
well,
No.
yeah. So there's a lot going on, right? There's people getting set up between the bluff and the keep. There's people getting set up in the keep. There's stuff going on just south of the keep, same as northeast of the keep. So there's a lot of activity. The question is, what are, either as a party or individuals, what are people going to be engaged in?
I'm going to the front lines.
Okay. Let's get to that in a minute. What are other people doing? Now that I know what you're doing, I heard from Alvis. He's going to be. Where do you want to be, Alvis? There's sort of four. Well, okay. So there's the northeast group, the center group, tower group, south east group, uh, main defense at the ford, and then at the Church of St. Cuthbert. Those are sort of the action areas, if you will, aside from, and by that I mean when the skeletons hit. So there's, what are we doing up to that point, and then there's at that point.
Uh,
mhm.
Up to that point, I would going to be hurrying any like stragglers in the civilian population to get over to the church.
Okay.
But then
So,
once like I hear word of it, then I will be just going to the closest one of the frontline areas that I am to at the time of hearing of them.
okay, it'd be a lot easier on me if you just tell me instead of making me do some randomization. Like,
What were the
like
areas again?
so there's northeast, center, tower, and southeast. Then there's Ford and Church of St. Cuthbert.
There's. I'll just do tower.
Tower. Okay. So once you hear word, you're going to move to the tower. Okay. Who's next?
I can go
Alexander.
next. Okay,
Okay.
Alexander.
Right.
So who? Me or?
Go ahead, Alexander.
Okay. Where's the fort?
So do you see location 11? Center of the map.
Yes, I see 11.
Okay. There's a road that goes into the river right there where it
Yeah.
widens. That's a ford.
Okay. Awesome. I'll take center.
So center is north of the tower.
Yes.
Northeast of the tower slightly. Okay.
Yeah, you said northeast, center, tower, south.
Yeah, I was just
East.
reiterating to make sure that you and
Okay.
I are on the same page as to what is meant by what we're said. Okay.
Yep. Center.
All right. Raymond.
Once I know that the gypsies are clear, I'm gonna go looking for Wes. And if I don't know where Wes is, I'm gonna go look for Sir Michael because I'm sure that Wes is going to be firmly planted on Sir Michael's backside. So, at which, when in doubt, if I don't know, I'm gonna go to the tower.
Okay. Tindo.
With Wes.
Okay. And run.
I'm gonna spend like all this time looking for the one dagger that I threw up at the flying carpet, and then kind of panic and realize, oh crap, and stay at the tower.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Uh, yeah. You can make a luck roll for your dagger if you want. That would be 2 times power in this case. Yeah. Lost.
Darn.
Okay. So, Wes, you're obviously sticking close to Sir Michael. Okay, so somebody's going to bring him his armor, and he'll ignore that for a while he organizes the troop placement and dispersion of the paladins and the knights, as well, issuing orders to evacuate Hamlet to as we discussed before. He was also very concerned about the uh, gypsies and the workers, the lumber mills and such. So he sent riders out to pull um, the outlying farms, anything east. So uh, several riders have gone out to do that and warn people to get out of the way. Um, no one has seen Rufus. He's not in the dungeon. Nobody knows where he is. Okay. So a little bit of time goes by as the town is evacuating. Riders go out. When those of you at the tower will hear that someone has arrived on the bluff. Yeah, it's not clear who. Someone just materialized. And everybody in the tower kind of gets all bristly and holy crap, what's happening? Sir Michael goes to the main entrance, of course. And who's there? Tindo,
I am.
Raymond, Runt is probably there. Alexander. So you said you wanted to be center, right? So the events, the skeletons aren't here yet. What is
Yeah.
your
I would have stayed with the party until then, so I'll be at the tower.
okay. All right. Okay. So so you'll see Sir Michael go out. He comes to the top of the stairs there and is looking down on this figure who is just standing there looking east. They've gone to the edge of the cliff there on the north overlooking the road. And they've kind of walked up there and they're looking east. So Michael's going to move down there cautiously. What are you guys going to do, if anything? Xavier is at the top of the stairs.
I'm going to follow Sir Michael because I have a theory of what's going on. I want to see if I'm right.
Okay. Well, not really. There's okay.
I'll
So
follow Wes.
okay.
West, protect the king.
Sorry, I
All right.
wasn't there.
I'm sorry, what was that? Run?
That was not me.
Oh, sorry. I heard something. I couldn't make it out.
Sorry, that was me. I said I wasn't there at the moment.
Oh, all right. Okay. Um, okay. So Sir Michael comes up to this person when he gets relatively close. She turns and looks at him, and he immediately drops to a knee. It is Tamara. It
Uh-oh.
is Tamara.
Oh.
So she smiles at him, um, and will say, "Rise. Walk with me a moment." Okay. So they step off to the east a little bit away from you guys, and there's a lengthy conversation. Okay. So you can see the exchange. He will motion for. Oh, Alvis isn't there, is he?
Sorry about that,
So
but I'm not there.
yeah, he'll motion everyone forward, or to him, um, and Tamara will say, "Well, cousin, you seem to have stepped in it, haven't you?"
Hi, Zen.
You saw a cauldron. Is this true? Well, we must capture this cauldron. We cannot allow it to threaten us. And with that, Sir Michael says, "As you wish, my lady." So Sir Michael will look at you guys and say, "I am going to lead a group into the swamps, and we will recover this cauldron." Can you tell me where it is precisely?
Exactly, maybe a little bit of an overstatement.
As you guys start to describe it, and I just kind of like quietly, but not as quietly as I should say, I'm surprised you didn't just volunteer to lead him there.
Yeah, I think we were in a state of constant running because, like, last session when we got above ground,
You've
it,
been moving since.
yeah, because what I wanted to do is, depending on where we were and if it was at night, I was going to try to do a navigation against the stars to see where we might have been. But yeah,
Oh, it's too much haze. You wouldn't have been able to do that. But okay. So Tamara says she looks back to the east. Everyone can make a scan roll.
Nope, not me.
I was successful. Alexander was successful.
Okay. So, Alexander, you can see that there's something floating around Tamara just above her head. There's an orb circling around her. Okay. Um, no, those are sparkly things. This is more like a small sphere that's circling. Okay. It's hard to spot at night in particular. Okay. So she says they'll be here in 2 hours. You have that long and no longer to clear the town. Actually, an hour. She'll give you an hour to get people out of the village. And I'll stay here. Tower, she says. Okay. So with that, Sir Michael nods and goes back to the tower, and a group goes out to tell people to leave whatever they've got and to get up to the church, that their time is up. I'll consider it. It may be that we will not be able to protect you, but let me think on it. Okay. So you
Did
get
we tell them about the griffin sync thing with the skeletons? You know, that the griffin doesn't actually get hurt, all that jazz? Was that kind of conveyed so that
I don't think that's ever been mentioned until you just brought it up.
seems like an important piece of information that the strategically minded individuals would tell them, not necessarily Runt.
And have they said anything about it?
No, let the royals keep talking.
Okay. All right. So let's see. Well, we can skip forward a couple hours. Well, hour and a half. And I'm sorry, to your question, there hasn't been any specific conversation about what you're asking. What? Uh, excuse me. That's a long cast, right? Well, that's actually you've got a pretty good reach then. Um,
Wes, we might actually be better just as a mobile fire team. You know, hang out in the middle, kind of roughly where the gypsy camp was, and just go to wherever the line is failing. Because you can cast attack magic. You know, I can dispel, and Tindo can heal people who are wounded, and just reinforce where things need to be reinforced. And from a meta standpoint, it would be a lot easier for Bruce to GM all of us in one place.
uh,
And that
that's
is
true.
true as well.
So
It's not like he
make
makes it easy for us.
um that's true too. Yeah, don't worry about making it easy for me. Do
Oh,
what
that's not my
you
prime driver. My prime driver
okay.
is that I think we would be more effective as a mobile fire brigade. But
I agree as well.
So the one caveat with that, just on the metagaming level, not sure how you would know where the weak spots are appearing if you can't actually have a top view of things. Well, then how are you communicating with the people on the ground?
we don't have to.
Oh, I see. So that's a one-shot deal then. Okay.
I
Kind
mean,
of, yeah.
Runt is happy to sit at the top of the tower and yell down at you guys.
Go that way.
Nah, he'll toss a paper
Or
airplane and hopefully it'll
or
get to us.
or we could hang out at the church because that's where the runners are going to be going because that's where the command post is. And in theory, we'll get information there.
It's a bit removed from the action.
It is, that is true. But that seems to be where they've set up the network of information from. I think the tower is the way to go, but
Well, that
The
is where
tower is where we get power.
uh, that is apparently where Tamara has said she's going to be.
then West should be all over this as a plan.
Okay. So an hour and a half go by, and you'll start to see things walking on the road, little green motes. It does, that's true. And as it happens, you see that to the north of the tower in those plains or in those fields up there, there are several groups of knights mounted and at the ready, lances. Some of them have maces. fact, a lot of them have maces.
Good.
I was gonna say, I don't know why you're telling me this, because I'm a priest. I'm not a general.
Okay, well, if you're at the tower watching, then I'll just narrate.
Almost hammer time.
Except Alexander is center, right?
I was, yeah.
Okay, so are you going to be mounted?
When you're fighting while mounted, you have to use your mounted skill, correct?
Correct.
Or the lowest skill?
The lower of the two, correct.
Okay. Well, my ride's 60, so it's not terrible. So I'm if mounted combat is what everyone else is doing down there, I will join them instead.
Well, there's two sort of types of units. There's ground units, of course, and then there's the knights, mounted knights, and then there are auxiliaries. So probably can't position yourself with the knights, but you could with either the mounted auxiliaries or the ground units.
Okay, so what would a mounted auxiliary do?
They're going to follow in behind the knights.
Okay.
Ground units, anyone?
I'll do that. Yeah, the mounted auxiliary.
Okay. And I'm sorry, Elvis, you were talking about tower. Are you changing your mind? And
Well, remember, because I was in the city town helping
right.
people, but once I get word of skeletons, then I'm heading to the tower.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
but then I guess that hasn't happened yet. So yeah, I'm
Well,
still in the.
right. So we're at that point. There, as you're helping people get motivated to stop actually trying to pack up the house and get the hell out, there will be another group that is going to come through and say, "Time's up. Get moving. No, don't put that on the wagon. Get in the wagon and go." So, so stuff is being left on the ground at this point as they're being told to leave. Stop trying to pack. Just go. And it's shortly after that that word will come that the skeletons have been spotted, and the stragglers in town are now panicking and doing what they were told to do earlier, which is just go. So, where you're going to head to tower, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So the only one I have out in the field is Alexander, and you're positioning yourself with the auxiliaries to the knights.
Yes.
So these are all right. That shouldn't be a problem. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. So okay. Well, having provided sufficient notice to Telgar by way of the wizard, yep, that's how Tamara manages to be here. It does sort of turn the tide of the battle. Okay, so I think the only one who's going to have any particular engagement possibly is Alexander. So, Alexander, I need 3 rolls from you.
Okay. Are they all just percentiles?
Yep.
Percentile rolls? Okay.
Correct.
First one's 62. Second is 26. Oh wait, that's not a slash. And the last one's 79.
Okay. All right. So, no fumbles. The 26 is pretty good, but otherwise. Okay. The where did my go? There it is. Okay. So sure enough, the skeletons aren't particularly intelligent. They come marching through along the road, but also spread out through the trees and the fields up there. There are some that do come across the north side, but not in sufficient numbers to be a problem for those up there. Um, you will notice that as the skeletons die, that is, so uh, there's an effort to push skeletons toward the road from those north of 33 and 32, right? So there's a group up there which put pressure to the southeast, trying to funnel the skeletons down toward the road.
Mm-hmm.
And when more of them, when a sufficient number get pushed into that area, is when a signal is given to the knights positioned above building 29 to make their run. And with that, um, they'll decimate hundreds of them on the road. But as that is happening, you'll notice that the griffin and the griffin rider will get a brighter greenish glow around it. And the more skeletons that die, the more his position becomes more and more apparent. Um, right. Yeah. He's not obvious at first. He's in with the mass of other skeletons and stuff, right?
Does that mean these glow bits are getting like brighter or something?
There's an aura around the griffin and the griffin rider as more and more skeletons die.
Ah, he's powering up.
So also the well, so a couple things happen as that's occurring. The knights, as they make the rush along the road, or their charge along the road, are going to get lightning bolted from above. Well, there is now. Apparently couldn't be seen before, but yes, as they make their charge along the road, they get a massive bolt comes down on them. As it happens, though, Sir Michael is there, and he's able to deflect a lot of it. But this apparently is what Tamra's been waiting for.
Blow him out of the sky.
Exactly. Okay, so yeah, once the guy on the carpet positions himself, Tamra fires a beam of light at it. Those of you nearby her will see that it actually comes from the orb around her head. And everyone can make a listen roll.
Wow, I almost made mine. I was one off.
$100.
Okay, so those of you who made it can hear a howling, um, and not in the sense of uh, like I'm hurt or something, but more in the sense of uh, a cackling, howling sort of laugh. Uh, and those of you near camera will hear her say, taken. It's one of the taken. Okay. You can roll a percentile. Ooh, Alvis. I'm impressed.
I am too.
um, so Alvis, um, your sort of knowledge of this has to do with bedtime stories about um, no one takes them seriously. Um, these are obscure references to ancient evils in the world.
Ah,
But yeah, hearing Tamra say it adds a whole new dimension to those stories.
all I need to know is ancient evil.
Okay. Um, so she will say to Xavier, um, defensive magics now. And he will go into some spell casting. Okay. So a rather intense magical battle is going to ensue. Between Tamara and Xavier, they'll be able to defend against him. Um, and likewise, while he's defending against them, he won't be able to support the troops, the skeletal army. So you can see that Sir Michael engages the Griffin and Ryder and his paladins with him. are going to be able to defeat him, mainly because the Howler is not able to support him, having to defend himself against both Xavier and Tamara. But in that respect, it's more of a standoff than any clear winner, with the exception that the paladins and knights will be able to clean up the skeletons. So as morning comes, the Howler will withdraw, having lost the field. Alexander, you will certainly have seen some engagement. The 62 and the 26. Roll another percentile for me, please.
Okay. 16.
Okay. You'll come away with having only taken 6 points of damage.
Okay.
General, not specific.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay. With the rising sun, both Tamara and Xavier will turn command back over to Sir Michael, and they will depart to, well, thinner, thin space. And they step away. Oh, they will say, sanctify the top of the tower here.
I can get to work on that.
Okay. So call that the successful defense of Hamlet. However, Burns and Rufus are now missing. Oh, yes, I should have mentioned him. Yeah, he and the bear would have been involved in the ground action with the skeletons. Yeah. No. Although he'll voice concern that um, Rufus may have been taken for the cauldron.
I kind of expect that.
Great.
You'll keep talking about this cauldron thing. Anyone care to elaborate on what exactly it is?
Geez, I didn't even know that, and I'm the one who saw it.
Sure. We can get some rolls on that now.
Not bad as well.
Okay. So I don't see any specials, so no specific knowledge. And I think both Tamara and Xavier left before the question came up. So the only one here who might know anything is Sir Michael. So yeah, Sir Michael will respond to the question. He'll say the skeletons that are raised from the cauldron are called cauldron born. Forg in ancient times crafted them at the rift. He used them to subjugate his kingdom. It was thought that they were all destroyed. The fact that one has now materialized is very concerning. Um, Best case scenario is that one was found and someone has learned. Well, we also have seen the Howler now. um, the Howler, excuse me, the Howler was imprisoned. How it has escaped remains to be learned. But as one of Ford's lieutenants, it's likely that he knows how to make use of the cauldron.
I'm sorry, Lieutenant. Like, this guy, that thing, worked with the one bad guy, like the one from Fairy Tales.
Not fairy tales so much, says Sir Michael. Uh, right. Okay. Um, so the Howler is what Tamara has referred to as one of the Taken. Taken, I don't pretend to fully understand these things, but cannot be killed normally. Those such beings are imprisoned, chained. Um, it would seem that what you have encountered or seen is one such prison. It seems likely that the Howler was involved in its release. Oh no, certainly not. No, no. The Howler was imprisoned by the elves and the lizard people up in the mountains near far to the northeast. Yeah, they weren't imprisoned here. It's more likely that that was one of the lesser of the greater undead, if you could call such a thing lesser. They need commanders for their armies because the dead are not particularly intelligent. But like with the Griffin and the Rider, they can empower them differently.
Up to the north.
Northeast. Yes. Yeah. Once defeated, they didn't want to risk moving them very far. So they built the prisons. Yeah. The specific location are, I don't know where. I do know that, yeah, they didn't move them far from where they defeated them. It was too dangerous. So, I'm going to make preparations to go into the swamp. It's going to be a fairly small group. I appreciate the offer to come with us, and I would not deny it.
I just kind of like out loud blurt, which one of you offered to go with them?
But I will caution, that we may not be able to extend our protections as far as we are able to here, particularly with Tamara's presence.
Do you believe that you can find the location based on the directions that we've given you?
Follow the road, watch for the cart tracks going to the south, and follow the cart tracks.
Okay. Um, and it's in a clearing, so can you give us a few minutes?
Of course.
I'm gonna walk with Wes a little ways away.
Just west, not the party.
No,
Wow.
the rest of them can come
Wow.
if they want, but Wes is the one who's
Wow.
gonna volunteer us. So
Wes volunteered us because of me and Alvis being ready to go. So I think
I'm ready
we'll
to go.
probably join.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
ready.
Didn't you want to fight?
Yeah, I pre-planned.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just concerned that we're gonna slow them down. Or more importantly, that we're not gonna slow them down. meaning
Oh.
that when we do slow them down, they're going to ditch us. So
How would we slow them down? We're just going up to the temple and stealing the cauldron.
how are they planning on getting it back?
Yeah, I don't know.
So the two of you want to go?
I am down to go if the party wants to go, but if the consensus is let them deal with it, I'm not going to throw a fit. But I think we should go with them.
I'm sorry, you all. I lost you all for about 15 seconds.
Oh,
There are positions in the party in which they want to go.
Grunt
I
is a
think it's above our
coward,
pay grade.
but Dustin thinks it's a great story, and we should absolutely march toward death.
As you're discussing, Sir Michael will offer from a little distance that perhaps you could guide us as far as the crossroads and perhaps hold that position whilst we go into the temple. Just a thought.
It is a thought. I think that Wes and I are kind of thinking on the same wavelength. So, and this is nobility politics, not religious politics. So I'm going to defer to him.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that. Besides, I want to go back and clear out my moat house. I mean, our moat house.
um, it could be a lot more simple than that, which is simply yeah, really big guns are going to be unleashed in there, and they don't have the resources to protect you.
Right. That's exactly what I'm concerned about.
Okay, just so that we're clear.
We're little kids going into a big boy playground. Yeah, I completely get that.
I mean, finding the cauldron was impressive. I honestly, I thought you guys were gonna like explore the area and then, okay, let's go check out the sanctuary. Oh my god!
Oh, there are lots of areas in there left to explore.
There's also a river that continues to the
Yeah,
southeast.
we can get our barge back.
Wasn't the traveling down the river what we were directed to do? So isn't this
Up the river.
all of this in defiance of what Rufus told us to do?
Anyway, going to the crossroads is a great idea. So we escort them to the crossroads, and then we go back to the moat house, and we hang out at the moat house until they come back, assuming they come back.
I think he said hold the
It's a
crossroads.
yeah, the
All right.
crossroads.
Okay, fine. We can fine. If he specifically wants us to hold the crossroads, that's fine too. So
This
Yep.
is going to be our fallback camp.
this is a plan. I'm happy to be a part of this plan.
Yeah.
So they're the adventurers, and you're the NPCs holding the camp.
Yeah, basically.
We're the squires with our coconuts going clacking them together.
That's awesome. All right. Oh,
But
it's a good plan. I like this plan.
it's a very appropriate.
Yes,
How are you getting the cauldron
I'm still
out?
mounted.
they're bringing a wagon.
Okay. So that we can feed it to the lobstrosity?
Why would you
Nothing.
feed?
Nothing. Go on. Nothing.
Put,
Nothing.
put the lobstrosity in the cauldron. That's what I want to see.
Oh. So then it can be an undead lobstrosity. Oh, forget it.
Wait, am I
After we
hearing
just
that
remove all
you
the meat
gain?
from it.
Am I hearing that you gain power if you jump in the cauldron?
Yes,
Alvis, jump in.
Mm.
yes. The power grants immortality.
Ooh.
In a sense.
In a sense.
No, in a very real. It's
Yeah, you won't die of old age. You might die of other things, but not old age.
you get to re-roll your stats.
Oh, wait a minute. Now we're talking.
Yeah, you had me, but then you lost me.
Intelligence gets a particular reroll as well. Power. Oh, and Constitution is. You don't even need that anymore.
Yeah, this is sounding less and less good.
Well, it's relative. Okay. Um, so the plan for next session then is to be henchmen for the party of adventurers going to recover the cauldron,
Apparently.
led by Sir Michael. All right. Well, it's not likely that you're going to run into the Howler a second time all by yourself.
Well, if that's the case, then we're the distraction. And they're going to successfully pull the cauldron out. So,
You mean the bait?
yeah.
The things that die.
I mean, we don't have to.
I think the Howl would probably kick our butt.
We could surrender, and then that way he could make us into, his super powerful minions.
I'll be
Reroll
the
the
first
party.
intelligent skeleton.
We can min-max it. We all carry warhammers because everything's a skeleton nowadays.
No, we get turned into undead minions, and the story just takes a wild turn where now we are helping to take over the world and destroy everything.
Well, then you need swords,
I
right?
I
got
mean,
that.
The
the
fleshy
thing
part.
is we don't have to surrender. Us just dying will join the army anyway.
Well,
Yeah, but
that's
then we're just
true.
flunkies. I want to
And
be
you
at
can
least
die with
mid-level manager.
valor.
I mean, we're flunkies now.
Yeah, kind of.
I'll just get my demon friend to help me out, man.
Everybody needs one of those.
Mm-hmm. They never try to trick you or do anything.
They're
Like
good.
steal your body or anything like that. No.
Yeah, no, they're good for you. They
Now
give you lots of power, and they're nice.
you really want to find devils though, because yeah, sure they're evil, but at least they like follow rules.
We can't say he's not a devil.
Yeah, we don't know.
Yeah,
It's not. We've just been
never.
staying Vampire Lord for a while.
Yeah, we haven't even seen his face yet. No, every time it's practically a blind date.
Okay. Are we sure at this point that it wasn't the Howler? The first sighting? Sir Michael thinks that it was the Howler who used the brigands to open the prison down below. Okay, so it wasn't the howler that was in there in the first place. It was something else. Well, you know what was in there, though, right? The general? Yeah. Oh, that's right. You missed your listen roll when he came out, so you didn't hear him, did you? Or did you? Did you make your listen roll? When Alexander first saw him.
You mean Alvis?
Yeah.
Oh, at the beginning?
Yeah.
I don't know. It was just me up there
Right.
because whoever was up there with me went down to go wake everyone else up, and I was still watching, and I was gonna shoot at it, and then you were like, make a percentile roll," and then I failed, and you're like, "All right, you lose 2 sanity." That's when I was like, "Okay, I won't shoot it anymore."
All right. I'm pretty sure you would have recalled if I had told you that you heard a howling, cackling sound coming from it.
Yeah, I would have remembered that.
Yeah, so you must have missed your listen roll. Okay. So, yeah, have no idea what it was. Probably not the howler, because Vampire Lord, not howler.
Yeah.
All right. It's going on 9. Let's call it here.
Yep.
The successful defense.
Of
By the way, you're pretty sure that had you gone to Hamlet first and not gotten to Sir Michael, that the town would have been overrun. So,
Well, yeah,
Yay.
yeah. Tamara would have not shown up.
that's true.
So, whose idea was it to go through the hills? They were right.
Thank you, GM.
Runt. Wasn't it Runt?
Somebody said something about the hills, and then I made a tracking roll for it.
That's true.
We talked in circles, and then eventually someone threw out some numbers, and I was like, "Your math sounds like crap, but I'm on board. Let's go."
Yeah, my math that sounded like crap, that was actually totally right.
Completely and 100% right. Yep.
Yep, and yep. I
All
do
right.
remember that part.
But you were absolutely correct.
I kind of was, yeah.
All right. Good game. 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Night,
Night.
everybody.
Night.
Night.
It is, yes.
Adios.
Or what? Wedding? Whose? Michael who? I don't know him then. Is that like a... Oh.
All right. Okay. Sounds good. All right.
All right.
Night, everybody.
All right, see
Yeah.
ya.